Food and Nutrition Security for the first session of the African Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate?
Report of the Committee on Food and Nutrition
Order.
Security.
You have to wait to be recognized by the Speaker. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Food and Nutrition Security.
The Honorable Madam Speaker, Madam, your committee has the honor to present its report on food and nutrition security. Background. Madam Speaker, the right to life cannot be sustained without the right to good food and nutrition. Without nutrition and food security, we cannot develop into adults our country needs us to be. Sometimes when food is available, it has no or low nutritional status. Why is food and nutrition insecurity a problem, Madam Speaker? It is a problem because it contributes to an increase in nutrition deficiency, diseases, and results in children spending a lot of time being sick and their parents taking care of them instead of being at work. It contributes to an increase in the number of children living on the street, as the children have to leave their homes in search of food on the streets. How have we been impacted by the problem of food and nutrition insecurity? Children have been impacted by the above-mentioned challenges in many ways. Low school attendance because of lack of food and nutrition-related diseases. Low participation of children in physical activities. Lack of concentration among schools-going-on children, which has resulted in poor performance in their schoolwork. Poor health and nutrition status of children as a result of storage of food, which leads to death when they have not been treated. In terms of the most affected children, children from low socioeconomic status, children with disabilities, women are mostly affected. The situation has changed over the years with the situation worsening due to the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change and conflict, especially for children in the refugee camps. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the household income because of the restrictions in the trading hours and the closing of the companies. Children, Madam Speaker, have been involved in attending the problem of food insecurity and poor nutrition through formation of clubs in schools and the community where they sensitize communities on food security. But we need support from the leaders. We acknowledge what the leaders are doing, but they must do more. They must do more. The leaders are helping to address the problem of food insecurity and poor nutrition by creating communities that coordinate the implementation of nutrition activities at all levels. In addition, leaders are getting partners with the NGO and donors in order to address the problem of food insecurity and poor nutrition. What problem would we like decision makers to do to make life better for children? Children would want decision makers to be involving in planning and implementation of food security and nutrition activities, so that activities are to sensitize the needs of children. Decision makers could also take advantage of committees in schools and communities to engage and involve in food security and nutrition activities. Leaders could be holding meetings, particularly with children, so that they are part of the decision-making process and use the opportunity to exercise their rights and freedom. Our recommendations to our African leaders. Madam Speaker, we call for action from our leaders. They must take full accommodation for their commitments and as enshrined in the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. provide opportunity for those that cannot access food due to high cost of living, continue to support social cash transfers so that our homes could be able to afford nutritious foods. Homes with children who need food must get more money. Help farmers to get more food. Reduce the rising food prices at markets so that every household can manage nutritious and balanced diet. Respect children's rights. Every child has the right to a nutritious and balanced diet in order to avoid diseases to come with poor nutrition. Conclusion. Your committee is helpful that an Africa fit for children can be created if we address food and nutrition insecurity, Madam Speaker. The members also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to serve on the Committee on Food and Nutrition Security. Our committee is hopeful that recommended solutions contained in the report will be heard and actioned by the leaders responsible for children's rights. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Food and Nutrition Security for the first session of the African Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later? Now, Madam. Honorable Charity Kanika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Additionally to the report, children need their parents and leaders to be accountable for the action in relation to food security and nutrition. Additionally, adults should be able to create awareness on food security and nutrition among communities and children. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable member from Uganda joining us online.
I would like to make a contribution about what the Honorable said. On the 12th July in Uganda, we held a National Children's Parliament and discussed about food and nutrition. The issues were malnutrition, starvation, and infertile cells. And our recommendations were the government should support schools feeding programs by coming up with a standard meal fit for a child. The government should promote irrigation farming in drought-affected areas like Karamoja, provide all farmers with fertilizers, establish and promote proper storage facilities having food, encourage people to grow annual crops. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel like the government must employ more children in things
Order.
like...
Honorable member, introduce yourself and the country you are representing.
I am Honorable Denzel Nyakapuna from Zimbabwe.
You may proceed.
I feel like the government should employ more youth when it comes to production, because our production rate is very low within the country, and for food security and wise, it covers two sectors, because more food is grown and employment is covered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm Necto from Chinga Province, actually here in Zambia. We are talking about the government in terms of the distribution of fertilizers. It has to ensure that farm inputs, for instance, in cooperatives, that are distributed at the right time. We may talk about fertilizers maybe here in Zambia when the rain season comes. Fertilizers that are not distributed at the right time. Sometimes whereby you find that farmers, they start complaining. Why? Because they have already planted their crops, and here in Zambia, we depend much on the government. So the government needs to contribute the fertilizer at the right time so that farmers, they apply fertilizers and their crops, they do well, so that we have an increased food security in Zambia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate?
Madam Speaker, Tijan from Sierra Leone. Well, in my own case, I think that government should improve on production techniques. They should be practicing an irrigation system which will help in the timely planting of crops and timely harvest. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. I'm Honorable Vimbai Juga from Zimbabwe. I suggest that the government also ensures that after giving fertilizers and inputs to the farmers, they should also make sure that the farmers are sending in grain into the silos of the national silos, so that we make sure that in terms of selling mealie meal, selling rice, we also have it. Because the issue is now farmers are just planting and eating the food. So while some of us, we are not farmers and we do not have land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, do be reminded that when you stand and give your presentation, please make sure you say your name in full and the country you are representing. Thank you. Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Emmanuel Mwawa from Wapra Province. I like to urge the government to improve in drought-resistant crops, not only to rely on maize, because as we have seen, the climate is changing. So if we rely on maize, we are going to find that we'll be having little or no rainfall, which means there will be no foods in our country. And furthermore, I would like to urge again the government to do more in agriculture as they are doing, because the biggest problem at hand here is population increase. According to report, 50% of the Zambian population covers for the children, which means to say children are covering 50%. So the government needs to do more for food and security to be improved. And another thing, I also want to urge the government to reduce the minimum prices, because some certain homes cannot afford the minimum prices current at which they are right now. So I like to urge the government to reduce the price for minimum so that it can cater for even homes that cannot manage to buy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Ntala Shakuku, coming from Zambia. Honorable members, I would love to urge the government to employ youths of our various nations, and not only employing foreigners in the name of investment. Because you know, one of the major factors that leads into one or children having food is that they lack money. And so I'm urging the government to employ local children, local youths, to work in local industries so that we can also advance, we can also improve in the advancement of our continent, later on our countries as well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lucia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Lucia Wanjiku, representing Kenya. I would like to add that the government should start educating farmers on other crops that they can plant. They should not only depend on one type of crop. They should also look at the other drought-resistant crop, which will enable them to have good harvest in case of drought. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for awarding me this opportunity. My name is Mildred Banda. I would like to urge the... Oh, I'm coming from Zambia, sorry. I would like to urge the government to be distributing the fertilizers as well as the seeds to trusted people. But because you find that the government may release enough fertilizers as well as seeds, but those things are being sold to the people who need to receive them for free. So I would like to urge the government to entrust people who are going to distribute those things in an orderly manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Food and Nutrition Security for the first session of the African Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Zacharias. I'm from Mozambique. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15th July 2022.
Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Kamukhalo Ponyani from South Africa, and I second the motion.
Seconded by Honorable Khamukhale Ponyane. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience.
Report of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience. The Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, your committee has the honor to present its report on climate change and resilience. Allow me by starting with the definition of climate change. Climate change describes a change in the Earth's climate. This can be temperature or other weather conditions over a long period of time. These changes affect children more than they affect any other age group in the world. The effect, unless addressed, will only keep getting worse. It is important to note that climate change can affect people differently even if they are from the same area or household. From our deliberation, we acknowledge the impacts of climate change as observed in our communities. Madam Speaker, we note floods and droughts are making children lose their homes. They are becoming destitute in their own community and countries, and sometimes they are forced to cross borders as they search for safety. It is causing a rise in the cost of living as parents who are famous need more expensive fertilizer to grow their crops and land affected by soil erosion. Height for famous. It is also causing children to experience different forms of violence such as child marriage, family separation, abuse, death, and teenager pregnancy. Especially, we can see examples from some countries represented in our committee. In Zimbabwe and Zambia, for instance, families expecting poverty will give up their child for marriage in exchange for food or money. In Malawi, some children who lost their parent during floods had to get married in order to survive. In South Sudan, due to scarcity of water, families give up their children to marry in exchange for water. Climate change is also causing insecurity, as communities are fighting over limited access to water and grazing land. Climate change is causing children to lose their school, as floods wash away schools and make school inaccessible. Climate change causes diseases such as cholera. What is not being done to address climate change ensures? There are information gaps in addressing climate change. A lot of stakeholders need to be aware on combating climate change. Tree planting is done, but taking care of trees is not fully done. Children's voices are not heard by the leaders. Enforcement and implementation of laws is inadequate. Our recommendation to our leaders, African leaders, premised on the above, your committee recommends the solution below to be implemented by the African governments. Invest more resources in information dissemination so that more people can know how to reuse, reduce, and recycle materials instead of burning. Implement and enforce environmental protection laws. Many people are breaking the law. For example, they cut down trees and pollute the environment, but there are no consequences. Governments must make use of the new technology like solar and biotechnology that can reduce carbon emission and promote afforestation efforts. Priorities: research on environmental protection and ingenious knowledge system. Provide water in areas which do not have water. Change the school calendar so that pupils can go on holidays in winter because it is getting cold. In Malawi, for example, children are trying to find solution by sewing sweaters to keep warm, but we need to help from government. Priorities again, environmental child participation and give children platform to engage in climate change conversation. Children have a voice, listen to them. Reconstruct infrastructure damage by floods, for example, classrooms and health centers. Buildings should not be put up in near hazards or populate environments like mines. We are asking for more schools to be built in climate-affected areas. Ensure children affected by climate change are given priority, especially children being married off at early age, especially needs children, differently able and children on the streets. African leaders and children should unite and speak with one voice on climate change. Conclusion. Your committee wishes to pay tribute to all members of Parliament who share their experience and solution. The member also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to serve on the Committee on Climate Change. Your committee is hopeful that the recommended solution contained in this report will go a long way in making an Africa fit for children in the context of climate change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam.
Honorable Khamogele Ponyane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as additionally, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as additional to the report, I'd like to say that in times of climate change, children are the most vulnerable and that children should be involved in policy change. And now that children should be put on the forefront of climate change. Now, in terms of resilience, resilience is also important because it breaks the mammoth of climate change into locally manageable tasks such as reducing flood risk due to sea level rise or preparing agricultural markets for longer droughts due to higher temperatures. I thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Kimberly Gujlanga. I am from Zimbabwe, and I would like to emphasize more on the part of building resilience in line with climate change. It is my recommendation to world leaders that we take time to marry off indigenous knowledge systems and technology in building climate action and resilience. Also, upon that, it is my understanding that what we want is an Africa, a pan-Africa fit for all children by 2040. And I believe this is only possible when we put children at the forefront of climate action and environmental protection. Not only that, this will give us the ability to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. That is Sustainable Development Goal 12, Zero Hunger. This also encompasses the issue of food security and Sustainable Development Goal 13, Climate Action. With this, I would like to leave this with you world leaders that as humanity, our success becomes ever more elusive if climate action and environmental protection is not inclusive of children. So let us focus on putting the gospel, beautiful words, so that young people can understand and adhere to it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? And honorable members, you only switch on your mics when the honorable speaker is done and I say any further debate. Thank you. Honorable member.
My name is Sadiq Nasib. I am charged from Tanzania. I would like to use Swahili. Katika swala zima la mabadiliko ya hali ya nchi, kwamba kwa mfano nchini mwetu Tanzania inapotokea kwamba hali ya nchi inabadilika, kwa mfano masika na mambo mengine, vyanzo vya maji vinajaa kama mito na vitu vingine, kwa hiyo inapelekea hata watoto kutokwenda shule. Kwa mfano kuna sehemu moja inaitwa Tabata, kuna mto, basi huo mto ukitokea ukijaa, basi wa kule wanashindwa kuja huku na huku wanashindwa kwenda kule. Sasa kama inatokea mtoto huyo yupo shule na anapokaa lazima avuke mto, na ikitokea hali kama hiyo ya masika, mto ukijaa, basi wanashindwa kuvuka na wanakosa masomo. Asante.
I beg to translate. Okay. My name is Sadiq Masood from Tanzania. Climate change is affecting children in Tanzania. For example, during the period that there are heavy rainfalls, normally floods occur, even in urban areas. There are areas where there are large rivers, and in these areas, children fail to go to school because they fail to cross the rivers to go to another way so that they can attend to their classes. So he's asking the government to make sure that there are proper planning, urban planning, so that these areas will not be occupied by people, and find ways to make sure that these children and families get somewhere safe to stay, so that floods cannot affect their well-being and their attendance to school. Thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
My name is Faith Nzmara, coming from Malawi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My contribution is that the government and the African leaders should take into consideration the fact that we walk a long distance to going to schools, even though there are heavy rains, because we are working hard. But we are threatened, and our lives are threatened because we have to walk long distances going to school. With the heavy rains, it is not possible. And that's why many children end up skipping lessons, and they are missing lessons, and hence they are failing in classes. But if the government could help us, and the African leaders could help us to build schools near our houses, it could be better. And another thing is that I want the African leaders and our government, the whole African government, should come together and come up with one strategic goal. For example, in Malawi, we use reduce, recycle, and reduce, reuse, and recycle, the 3R. But if we can come together and come up with one strategic goal, it will help a lot, because we will have one strategic goal as all Africans, and it will be a greatest thing and a greatest honor, and we will follow it. Reaching this far, Madam Speaker, I say thank you.
Yeah.
Any further debate? Honorable Member Sierra Leone.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House, well, I'm Tijan Mutetemewa from Sierra Leone, and I'm here and I wish to urge government, more especially the government agency that is responsible, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, to be empowering young people and children to be climate ambassadors. I think if children are put forefront in terms of climate policies and are be able to advocate out there for climate issues, I think that can help. Thank you.
Any further debate? Which side? Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Exuda Mangamba from Zambia. Madam Speaker, I would ask for the government and leaders to work out on to sensitize on parents and people living in rural areas on the importance of education to every child. Like here in Zambia, right now it's free education, but you find parents sending their children into for cattle heading, like in rural areas. They say a child goes there for cattle heading, maybe far. We always say Lutanga in Zambia. We say Lutanga. So they take that there, they take cattle for 6 months. The child, instead of a child going to school, they send a child to Lutanga for cattle heading. So may the government and leaders sensitize to parents on the importance of education. Thank you.
Okay, due to our time, I will call upon one more honorable member to debate upon climate change and resilience. Honorable member, just in front of me.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Victoria Ganamba from Malawi. Madam Speaker, I would like to add that during different disasters due to climate change, for example, floods, a lot of children experience trauma. In instances whereby children see their parents being washed away by the waters, they after these kind of experiences, they will end up being traumatized and they need psychological support. So on that, I ask the different African governments that they come up with psychosocial support services so that these children who experience trauma during different disasters, they should be helped and counseled psychologically so that they should recover from the experiences which traumatize them, so that each and every child should be able to realize and enjoy the right which is there in the ACRWC on Article 14, which goes that all children should have good health and physical and mental health. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Climate Change and Resilience for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Child Protection.
Honorable members, I am Tijanu Tetemewa from Sierra Leone. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report on the Committee of Child Protection for the first session of the African Children's Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022.
Is the motion seconded?
Sorry. My name is Lucia Wanjiku from Kenya, and I agree that I seconded the motion and everything that is in the content is true.
Seconded by Honorable Lucia Wanjiku. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Child Protection.
The Honorable Madam Speaker, Madam, your committee has the honor to present its report on child protection. The background. The report has been generated in order to provide a summary overview of child protection across the African Union countries. The African Charter on the Right and Welfare of Children and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child make provision for the protection of children in everywhere. Our country's national constitution provides for several rights, including the rights of life, education, participation, a name, freedom of speech, culture, and religion. Madam Speaker, even though this is so, many African countries still face challenges which makes it difficult for them to enjoy these rights. Among the many challenges of child marriage, teenage pregnancy, child labor, children living and working on streets, child neglect, and sexual abuse. In addition, children are at the risk of child trafficking, corporal punishment in and out of school, harmful cultural practices, emotional abuse, and poor education infrastructure. Violence against children is a huge challenge in many African countries. It is sad to note that even where laws that protect children exist, there is lack of enforcement. Madam Speaker, we take note and want to applaud with what many African countries are doing to change the child protection situation. For example, the recruitment of more teachers and introduction of free education in the case of the Zambian government, the provision of bursaries to vulnerable children, and the implementation of the school reentry policy that allows girls that had fallen pregnant to go back into school. Furthermore, implementation of the Sexual Offences Act in Sierra Leone brings hope to the African children, as well as the recent enactment of the Child Code Law in Kenya. How do the children participate? Madam Speaker, there are many ways and platforms for children to take part in the child protection decisions. Through radio and TV, children programs, through sensitizations at all levels, junior parliament, junior councils award, through sport and commemorations, through school club sensitizations, through street outreach by children themselves, through children journalists, through citizen voice and action, and through news channel for children. Call to action for the President. As act of government to deal with child protection issues and not depend on non-governmental organizations, enact more laws for children protection and enforce those that already exist. State clearly in the policies that every single child must go to school. Provide resources that are needed for education to be uplifted so that children are encouraged to go to school, including textbooks, laboratories, trained teachers, boarding facilities with adequate sleeping spaces, libraries, clean water, and sanitation. Scale up the bursaries provision for school-going children. Provide good health services in both rural and urban areas, which must have, including buildings of clinics and hospitals. Having adequate trained healthcare workers and enough medicines. Be fair to children and punish all abusers of children and grant us our justice. Involve children in decisions of matters that affect us. Eradicate all forms of harmful practice against children. Strengthen the Children's Parliament as an institution and to continuously involve us in programs that uplift the country to be full realization of Agenda 2040. Foster an African fit for children. We want an Africa fit for children. Create access to toll-free numbers to every child. For example, the 116 line, the 116 child line. Establish rehabilitation centers for victims of drug abuse. Engage with victims' parents to avoid discrimination. Conclusion. Your committee wishes to pay tribute to all members of Parliament who share their experience and solutions. The members also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to serve on the Committee on Child Protection. Your committee is hopeful that the solutions contained in this report will go a long way in making an Africa fit for children through child protection. Thank you.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam. My name is Lucia Wanjiku, once again, representing Kenya.
Honorable Member, you wait for me to recognize your presence. Honorable Lucia Wanjiku, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the content entailed in the report of the children protection includes issues and solutions of children from different African countries. We hope that this House will ensure that this report will be considered for making an African fit for children. Thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Honorable Fatima Kuseri coming from Malawi. I request government to draw much on curbing the harmful cultural practices, since these ones are the ones that are leading most of the girls in child marriages and teen mothers. Thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
My name is I'm Honorable David Stund, representing Zambia. And so, like on the issue of child protection, I urge the African governments to do something. For instance, on the girls' part, you'd find that girls are still married off at tender ages, and that's very bad. So what I feel is, if they find a person trying to marry off a young girl, they should punish them publicly, so that the one who's trying to do the same thing will not continue. Then when we get back to the boys, I feel they are not protected on the side of the issue of substance abuse. They are the most ones involved, because when you go on the streets right now, you'll find even younger boys than me, they do all sorts of bad vices, and that's bad for Africa, which means that we are not having an Africa fit for children. So the government should make sure that even these people who own where they buy, let me say, for example, alcohol, where they buy alcohol, they should recommend to say a certain age is the only age they should sell the things. And when they find that one sells to a young person, a boy who's maybe 13 years old, they need to punish that person publicly, if possible on media. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Lumbiwa Luneta from Zambia. I would love the government to look much on education and healthy, as it protects us children, especially us girl children. Because you see, the society is against a girl child, but they forget that if they educate girl children, they're educating the whole nation. So if they would put measures like in schools, they should bring for us properly trained teachers, especially in mathematics, because many of us girls are not doing very well in mathematics. And they should also bring for us English books. They should also improve libraries, laboratories, so that we may also be taking practical subjects. And as for the healthy, we would want properly trained health workers, not volunteers from villages, because maybe you are sick. You are taken to the hospital, maybe you are sick of asthma, then the doctor is just too reluctant to look at you. So we need properly trained healthy workers, and we also need medicine so that we can take what is needed for a certain disease. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Ghana joining us online.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaking about the issue of child protection, we all can deal with this that when it comes to child protection, there are various laws that ensure that the rights of every child should be protected. You can bear that there is a law that says when a person rapes a person that is beyond 18 years, he should be given a particular range of jail term. When a person does something that is wrong to a child, there is a law that says the person should be punished. But the question is, are we enforcing the laws? Are the laws in our constitution working? So when we are speaking about child protection, one thing we should be concentrating on is all the laws that concentrate on children should be properly enforced. The government and the various law stakeholders should not be reluctant on issues that concentrate on children. So enforcement of law is very critical in child protection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, for
Honorable Member online, proceed. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. As my colleague said early on, we have to ensure that the laws are enforced. And also we have to make sure that the punishments are made tougher for the perpetrators who abuse the rights of children, because most of us in our countries here, we see that tougher punishment is not meted out to the perpetrators. So in order to enhance child protection, we must make sure that children, those who abuse the rights of children, are punished severely to serve as a deterrent to others who would want to abuse the rights of children. Thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable, straight ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to emphasize more on the government educating children about their rights, because a child who has education and who knows what's best for them has power and can't be hurt by anyone. So if we educate children more about their rights and each right they have, they'll have the power and the self-wing to hide under, whereby they can't be hurt by anyone. And also, I'd like to emphasize on education.
Honorable member, we did not get your name and the country you are representing.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. My name is Tawane Kangamba from Zambia. And I would like them to educate parents about the importance of education, because instead of marrying off their children, they should later on educate their children so that they can become greater people in future. The saying goes, sharpen an axe so that you can use it to cut down a great tree tomorrow. The same goes with us children. If you educate us and give us that power and victory, there'll be nothing that is going to harm us, and we'll have that strength and power. And I would like to emphasize that the government should be the safe wing where we children can hide under. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable member.
Merci. Merci, madame. En français. Merci, je m'appelle Iman Suleiman, je viens du Niger. Les enfants de notre communauté ont des problèmes de mariage des enfants. Dans le code pénal du Niger, on peut marier une fille à l'âge de 15 ans. Nous attendons des autorités d'harmoniser le code pénal et civil avec la charte africaine pour faire en sorte que le mariage des enfants reste et demeure à l'âge de plus de 18 ans. Parce que chez nous, au Niger, il y a plus de 76,3% des filles sont mariées à l'âge de 15 ans. Merci.
Any further debate? Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Irene Jack from Malawi. Malawi kuli zikhalidwe zamakolo zomwe ana amauzidwa kuti azipita kuchinamwali kuti akavinidwe. Akamabwera kumenekoko amakauza kuti akasase fumbi zomwe zili zotani zolakwika kwa ana. Ana aja akapanga zimenezo zimapezeka kuti atenga mimba asiya school zikomo.
One more member and we proceed to the next committee. Honorable member, sit. The middle seat.
Me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. My name is Frederick from Zambia. I urge the government to put their officers that fight against child marriages in rural areas, because you may find that people who want to report, they are not our relatives. and they want to report on behalf of us. And they feel discouraged to find that they have to travel from rural areas to go into urban areas so that they can have our views expressed to our leaders. Thank you.
Honorable member joining us from Uganda online.
Once again, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. I would like to contribute about child trafficking and child sacrifice. The honorables have not spoken about it, but it hinders a lot of children here in Uganda. Many children die at an early age because of some witch doctors claiming that children act as better sacrifices. So I would like the government to put strict laws against those people and arrest them for like multiple years. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Child Participation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Bali Kumbi from Eswatini. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Participation for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022.
Is the motion seconded?
First of all, my name is Pohamba Piri, and I second the motion.
Seconded by Honorable Pohamba Piri. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Participation for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Child Participation.
The report of the Committee on the Meaningful Child Participation. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by describing what we mean by meaningful child participation. For child participation to be meaningful, children must be given an opportunity to speak and find solutions for themselves. The committee further stresses that participation should not just end on involvement. Children must influence the adults' decisions, and those decisions must bring about change. Madam Speaker, it is important to state that when children participate in government processes in their communities or countries, it is not a favor, it is not an act of kindness, but rather for the UN Convention on the Right for the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Child. Madam Speaker, one might wonder as to why child participation is important, and our committee has answers for that. This is the only way adults will know children's challenges. This is how duty bearers can make informed and quality decisions about children. They are future leaders of tomorrow. Hence, participation prepares them for the future responsibilities. You cannot learn leadership as an adult. Provides a platform where duty bearers are accountable for children. Children are molded into active citizens who take interest and responsible for the environment and development of problem-solving skills. Madam Speaker, below we note the common challenges to child participation. Children are not involvement in public decision-making, and when they are involved, they are not taken seriously. Children with disability are viewed as cases in the communities. Hence, they are completely disaligned on issues to do with children. Culture practices that children do not know what is best for themselves. The schools intimidate children from expressing themselves for fear of being exposed in their child abuse through corporal punishments and others. Communities attack children, often accusing them of pushing a political agenda. Parents do not understand the importance of child participation in home decision-making. There are very few, if any, structures at local and national level provide for children to participate. Children are bullied in school, hence that destroys the will to participate. Those who make decisions about children are appointed without consulting children. Children in rural areas are not given the same opportunity as urban children to participate in issues of government, as they are considered not intelligent enough to participate in national issues. Language barriers limit child participation. English language is an official form of communicating which segregates against children. Girls are not considered as equal partners in development, as their role in society is just marriage and motherhood. Theoretically, participation as the final product is decided by adults. Children's selections method are biased, as most children are not chosen to represent the views of the million children, but organizations and schools they represent. No monitoring and evaluation on children participation programs and structure in communities and schools. Madam Speaker, premised on the above, our committee recommends the solutions below. Parents and our leaders must support meaningful participation at home and other levels. The children's view must end in action. More sensitization is needed for parents and guardians on the importance of child participation at home. Norms and cultural practice must change. More child participation structure needs to be introduced where children can participate on issues affecting them, including at continental levels as the African Union. There must be enforcement of laws and policies which guide children participation. This will help realize that right to meaningful participation. Parents and teachers should allow children to be part of the PTA meetings as a way of enhancing child participation in schools. Ensure the capacity building of all children in school participation. In conclusion, our committee wishes to pay tribute to all members of the Parliament who shared their experience and solutions. The members also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to serve on the Committee on Child Participation. Our committee is hopeful that the recommended solutions contained in this report will go a long way in making an African fit for children through meaningful child participation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Chairperson of the Report of the Committee on Child Participation for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam.
Honorable Pohamba Pili.
As I introduce my name is Pohamba Piri. I am a child with a disability called a fibrous dysplasia. And I would like to talk about, when we talk about child participation, what is child participation first of all? Child participation is the right that every child has to participate in the decisions that are directly involving them at all levels, at household levels, community levels, even at national levels. And I feel like children do not get involved in decision making, especially the decisions that are directly concern them. When I say they do not get involved, I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about everyone. Even children that have disabilities, especially the ones that have disabilities, and the girls are the ones that are mostly not considered. even as we sit now, I only see 2 people that have disabilities, which is me and my fellow colleague. That is also a factor that proves that children that have disabilities do not mostly get involved in decision making or participating at any other level, because we have lack of exposure. And one thing about our parents, what they do, they hinder our chances of participating in making decisions, because there are some parents that have a tendency of hiding their children that have disabilities in their houses and not letting them move or do anything. So the child will grow up thinking that being all alone, surrounded by your mother, your father, if you have siblings and your siblings, is a normal thing, while they are not even aware about the world outside. That is also hindering their right to participate in community activities. As we all know, it's healthy for a child to be out there, to be with other friends, and get to know what happens in the community. You grow up being used the way you are treated in your home. That's how everyone treats their children, or that's how everyone is treated. And as I come to girls mostly do not have the chance to participate, as because we have these gender roles that apparently give the roles between a male and a female in what they're supposed to do, especially when we come to our traditions. Mostly, it's considered if you're a child and you have to contribute when your parents are discussing on the budget or decision they're about to make, if you say anything, they even say that this child has he's not respectful. How could you go against on what you're saying? But when you feel that they might know some things about you that you might need, but it's not all the things that parents know on what you need. We have basic needs. We have many other needs that us as children would like to have, and to be to express ourselves, for us to have those things. Hence, we do not have the chance to participate, and that's at the household level. In the community level, it's kind of rare to see a child when adults are having a meeting, especially in the villages.
Honorable member, please wind up your speech.
Okay. Especially on the communities when people are about to have a decision, or they're about to make a decision that directly concern us children. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about what is happening and what I feel is happening.
Any further debate? Honorable member.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker, for this an opportunity that I can contribute in this motion, child participation. I'm Fane Jime from Malawi. To give an example from my country, we are rarely given an opportunity into this right of child participation. And mostly when we are given these rare opportunities, we found out that we don't have that full body that we want. Maybe we want to talk about issues of cultural practices and the issues of education. The people that we find there are from the police, which means we are not really connected of what we want to portray and the solutions that we are going to get. It is better that the government should plan it well, that when we are having this right to participation, we should have those people that we want to have, and should have a specific platform to advertise, letting the children in Africa to know that we are not begging for the right to participation. It is our right. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? We have Honorable Member from South Sudan joining us online.
Hello. All right, thank you, Madam Speaker, for having given us this golden opportunity. As on child participation, I would like to talk of children being allowed to participate in the government activities in order to try and resolve their problems, because every child has a problem, but because of their social statuses a child may fear to tell what his or her problems are. And second to that, awareness about child participation should be carried out in order to aware children of their rights. Because not all children in society know what their rights are and the importance of their rights in society. Gender equality should also be carried out in society because in most societies, we are only educating only boys, not knowing that girl education is also very important in society. So educating boys and girls is very important. For whatever a girl can do, a boy can do so, and that's very important in society. So I would like to urge the government of Southern Sudan, all the African leaders, to make sure that gender equality is promoted in all African countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Inkis Matoka from Zambia, and I would also like to contribute. It's not only children who are with disabilities who are not allowed to participate. Many children, especially in the rural areas, are not allowed to participate in school activities like going to school and also doing what we're doing. So I would emphasize more on the government to allow children from rural areas to participate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Child Participation for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Social Protection.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House to adopt the report of the Committee on Social Protection for the first session of the African Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday,
Honorable
15th.
Member, your name and country representing?
My name is Malaika Chilenga from Zambia.
You may proceed.
For the first session of the African Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15th July 2022.
Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Go Alvin from South Sudan, and yes, the motion is seconded.
Seconded by Honorable Go Alvin. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Social Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Social Protection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Report of the Committee on Social Protection. The Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam, your committee has the honor to present its report on the social protection. Madam Speaker, our committee agreed to use the definition of social protection as being ensuring access to basic needs for children such as education, nutrition, health, and protection services. Social protection supports the most vulnerable children on the basics of their needs. It is a way governments support their vulnerable families and communities by providing services and resources that reduce poverty, in which turn entails children are eventually protected from harmful situations. Madam Speaker, we note the social challenges affecting the children in our communities below. Children are facing many poverty-induced challenges such as child labor, homelessness, dropping out of school, living on the streets, unwanted teenage pregnancies, human trafficking, trauma, suicide, drug abuse, social death, and early marriages, to mention but a few. These vices affect children differently based on age, gender, ability, and socio-economic status. The rich don't face some of the problems faced by those living in poverty. When there is a shock, the poor respond differently because they lack access to proper services. Most of the disabled children are discriminated against and they are made voiceless. Girl children are treated differently than boy children. They are considered a burden and not an asset. This makes them more exposed to vices such as child marriage. The COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, insecurity, climate change, and economic challenges have only escalated from the problem of poverty in the countries and communities we are coming from by affecting our parents' economic activities. Mostly due to lockdowns, sickness and deaths, droughts experienced by many countries have brought about food shortages, lowered standards of living. Conflicts have displaced children and separated them from their families. Children are not stagnant. They are getting involved. They are championing their cause by participating, campaigning, and advocating through children's rights clubs. For example, in South Sudan, in the National the South Sudan I Want campaign, they are engaging parliamentarians to discuss the issues we need to address to have the South Sudan they want through child parliaments. Are we acknowledging what our governments are doing, Madam Speaker? Introduction of free education policies, although there is no need to have quality education. Traditional leaders' campaigns against early marriages and negative initiation ceremonies. Governments are encouraging social inclusion of children with disabilities in various programs and platforms. Bringing equity and equality among girls and boys through reducing the cut-off points for girls. These actions, however, not enough to address the vast issues that affect children. Madam Speaker, we call upon African leaders to invest in creating free trade as a smart economic choice to improve the standard of living in citizens. Ensure access to clean water and proper sanitation. Build more schools, hospitals, and orphanages to serve the orphans and children from the streets. Develop strong poverty reduction strategies that will address the issues of poverty adequately. They must ensure the solutions trickle down to the children. Promote more shock-responsive social protection programs and increase the coverage of social cash transfer by increasing the number of households that benefit as well as increase the categories of those who access the services. Generate official evidence on how children are affected by poverty and extent to which children are vulnerable. This will inform social protection programs. Open discussions on imprisoned mothers, pregnant women, and children in prison and their well-being. Ensure all children have access to basic services and that these services are of good quality. Respond adequately to the shocks of COVID-19 that have affected the children and their families. Create facilities to help the children on the streets and teach them some life skills. ensure gender-responsive social protection that takes into consideration of the vulnerable of girls, ensure they reduce the rate of corruption in African governments because corruption robs the nation of its much-needed funds that can support children, address food shortages caused by climate change. Conclusion. Our committee wishes to pay tribute to all the members of Parliament who shared their experiences and solutions. The members will also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to serve on the Committee on Social Protection. Your committee is hopeful that the recommended solutions contained in this report will go a long way making an Africa fit for children through child-sensitive child social protection. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Social Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam.
Honorable Go Alvin.
In addition to the report on social protection, I would like the government to promote responsive or transformative social protection systems, for example, gender-responsive social systems, care systems, and child-friendly policies to respond to gendered risks and needs, support women and girls' economic and social empowerment, and child development more broadly. African child benefits. With millions of children living in extreme poverty, it's time for rendered focus on child benefits. Thank you.
Before we proceed, let me encourage members from countries that have not debated to debate. Is there any further debate? Representative from Somalia. Honorable member from Somalia. Honorable member from Niger. Ghana joining us online.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity again. I'm Emanuela from Ghana World Vision. I also like to comment on the issue of social protection. I'd like to urge our governments across Africa, especially in Ghana, that they should create more job opportunities for parents, because unemployment could also harm children's development and employment futures. Someone will ask, how can unemployment lead to social protection against children? This is because when parents are not given enough job opportunities, especially in these COVID times, they are coerced to give out their children, especially girls, into sex trades where they get money in return, and then the girl child at the end of the day gets pregnant, which leads to child marriage. Also, the children are forced into child labors where they are trafficked at the end of the day. So I'd like to encourage or urge our African leaders, especially in Ghana here, to create more job opportunities for the parents to undertake so they can cater for the needs of their children, which will not let them introduce the children to harmful practices against them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Also, Madam Speaker. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, speaking about the issue of social protection,
Order.
we know. Okay. Social protection was already an issue.
Honorable member, I haven't recognized you to speak. Any further debate from the House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable David Stund, representing Zambia. allow me to take this opportunity to urge the African leaders.
Honorable member, I meant the one behind you on the last bench.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Honorable Chanda Richard from Zambia, and I'm very excited to be given this opportunity. So allow me to highlight or stress more on social protection and child participation, and I would like to marry the two. Because there is no social protection if there's lack of child participation. How is a child going to be aware of such activities that are going on? You know, vociferously speaking.
Honorable member, what is the motion we are on right now?
This is on social protection.
Okay, please let us focus on social protection.
Thank you. Yeah, so on social protection, how do our superiors expect us to adopt the saying that goes, the future is in our hands when there's lack of social protection? Many are the times that, okay, the government is stressing on gender equality, but now allow me to talk about one event that goes on with males. It would be very embarrassing for a male to report a crime or that involves them being a suspect of being sexually abused. Because when a female child reports that she's a victim of being sexually abused, it's actually being put into consideration. But now let's look at a male. What attitude is the society giving towards a male who reports of being a victim of sexual abuse? Yet the government is stressing on gender equality. But now it looks like gender equality is now actually favoring girls or the female child. What about the male child? What attitude would a male child receive when they report such cases? Tradition says a male has to be strong, but in the actual sense, it shouldn't be like that. We're talking about social protection. Males have to be given a right as well. We understand that females actually go through a lot, yada, 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 but we're looking at the male child as well. What are we going to receive? What is the attitude that the society is giving towards us when we report such cases? So I believe that the government can do better. Thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, once again for giving me this opportunity to contribute. My name is Honorable Ntalasha Kuku, coming from Zambia. And so, honorable members at large.
Sorry, excuse me. Let us have another country, which is not Zambia.
Okay, thank you.
Any further debate? Honorable member, straight ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, my name is Fatima Kuseli, coming from Malawi. I would request that government should emphasize on this thing of free education. That is, when they say that education is for free, it should be free indeed. For example, in primary level, we have students that pay school funds. I think that having to be disregarded. They shouldn't be paying school funds because school has to be for free. Thank you.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Social Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The question, I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Social Protection for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion, the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. My name is Nancy Judith from Zambia Central Province. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Education for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15th July 2022.
Is the motion seconded?
Je m'appelle Graneza Queen Lorraine et je second cette mention.
Seconded by Honorable Queen Lorraine. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Education for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Any debate? The Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Education.
Once again, thank you very much, the Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam, your committee has the honor to present its report on education. But before I go any further, allow me to describe what education is. Education is the social institution through which society provides its members with the important knowledge, including basic facts, job skills, and cultural norms and values. Madam Speaker, the right to education is fundamental for the full development of all children and the continent of Africa. The right to education faces various constraints on the continent. We speak from experience when we share the following challenges. The COVID-19 closures have made us lose many learning hours. Some of our friends are not yet back to school even after schools reopened. School infrastructure is destroyed by floods and we cannot access schools when the rains are too much. Teachers do not want to teach in rural areas, they prefer to teach in urban areas as the advanced lifestyle is mostly found there. The rising cost of fuel is making transport to the school very expensive, so we are resorting to walking to school. This makes us very tired, hence concentration in classes is very low. The trained teachers go to government and leave community schools where a lot of children learn with teachers that are not qualified. All children deserve to learn from quality education. The schools and learning materials are not enough for children. Poor sanitation in schools and lack of menstrual hygiene facilities means there is no privacy for girls during their menses. Lack of food in boarding schools. Children are regarded as a source of income, so they are sent to work instead of being at school. Some parents are ignorant on the importance of education, hence send their children out into the fields to find income. Schools still have bullying and corporal punishment. High poverty levels mean parents cannot afford to pay for school fees or materials. We as a committee acknowledge the progress that has been made in some countries, such as introducing free education, recruiting and training more teachers, NGOs supporting governments to promote education and building more schools. We, however, demand for more. Government should provide more learning spaces and infrastructure that meets the needs for all the students, such as boarding schools, recreational structures, and more houses for teachers, especially in rural areas, so they won't run away to urban areas. Smaller groups of children in classes will help us learn better. Governments must train and deploy more qualified teachers. We want to see more financial investment in schools for children with disabilities so that the schools can be more accessible. The government must support children to come back to school after the COVID-19 school closures. Policies such as the entry policy must be properly implemented to prevent child marriage and more teenage pregnancies. Governments must invest in education systems such as remote learning to address challenges such as climate change and COVID-19. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, allow me to quote the old saying that says, education is the key to success. We call upon African leaders to invest in this key so that we can have a successful African continent that is fit for children. The members of the Education Committee also wish to thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording them the opportunity to present this important report in this House. Your committee is hopeful that the recommended solutions contained in this report will be heard and actioned by the leaders responsible for children's rights. I thank you, Madam Speaker. With these few remarks, I beg to sit.
The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Education for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Maintenant, Madame.
Honorable Queen Lorraine.
Je soutiens tout ce qui est dans ce rapport parce que c'est vrai.
Any further debate?
Zvita mubati wechigaro. SeZimbabwe tine nyaya hobho dziri kutishungurudza munyika yedu. Nyaya inonyanya kunetsa ndeyekuti tine vanasikana vanopinda muzvikoro. Vari muzvikoro vanenge vachiitawo mabasa akasiyana siyana zvinova kuenda pabonde vachipiwa mari navarume vobva vazvitakura. Kana vazvitakura vanoexpectwa kunge vachipinda muchikoro sezvakarehwa negovernment yedu, asi tiri kuona vanasikana ava vachibva vatosiya chikoro zvachose votoenda kumba. Izvo zvaita kuti tive nevana vadiki vari below the age of 18 vasiri muzvikoro nekuda kwekuti vakazvitakura vakaita anamai, asi hurumende inoti vana vanokwanisa kudzokera muchikoro. Uyezve imwe nyaya tasangana nayo ndeyekuti muzvikoro medu umumu ndimo matova namabhesi ari kutengesa zvinodhaka. Vana vedu vava kumwa zvinodhaka. Kana vadhakwa havachagare muzvikoro, vakuenda vachinoba kuti vawane mari yekunotenga zvimwe zvinodhaka. Tinokumbirawo kuti vatungamiriri venyika yeZimbabwe neAfrica vagadzirise nyaya idzi nokuti dziri kutikanganisa sevana. Mazvita.
Any further debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Josephine Siamsunge from Zambia, and I'm here to talk on education. The most challenge we're facing in our communities, one of the challenges is lack of classrooms. The classrooms are not enough. As we all know, there is free education which was brought in, and a lot of children who stopped school have now decided to come back to school, and the classes are now overloaded. And we know that when the classes are overcrowded, the ratio of learners to teacher will increase, and the teacher will not be able to attend to all the learners. Only those quicker learners will be able to get all the information from the teacher. And the other challenge is that the teacher will not be able to mark all the books, and as children, we may not know what we've written is correct or wrong. And so we are asking for the government and the African leaders to build more classrooms for us children so that we can find a better future. And apart from this, we're also lacking boarding facilities in most areas of Zambia. So we are asking for the leaders to build more boarding facilities, especially for girl children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further debate? Honorable, the end.
Zikomo kwambiri Madam Speaker. Irene Jagi kuchokera ku Malawi. Malawi vuto lalikulu kwambiri madera akumudzi. Ndikosowa maskulu ana amaenda mtunda wautali kwambiri kuti akapeze skulu. Zomwe zimapangisa kufokana kuti angosiya skulu. Komanso aphunzitsi abwino amakayika ma boarding school, ma communities kumakhala kulibe aphunzitsi abwino. Komanso kusowa kwa ma laboratories maskulu akumudzi. Ndi vuto lalikulu kwambiri lomwe lakhuza ku Malawi zikomo.
We have our honorable members from Sudan joining us online.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would urge the government to put more budget on education because due to low salary, teachers are not able to teach well, and that has led to school dropout because they are not being taught very well. Not only that, but the government should also construct good roads, because good roads has led to improvement of school, and bad roads has led to poor accident. And we need our government to construct more roads and put more budget on education. And thanks.
Any further debate? Honorable member in the front seat. First one. Yes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Chilombo Innocent. Sorry.
Honorable
I thank you,
member,
Madam
I'm
Speaker.
the only Madam Speaker in the House. Do address me as well.
Yeah. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Honorable Chilombo Innocent. Madam Speaker, I hope we are all aware that many secondary schools in rural areas were opened. And on those secondary schools, there are no laboratories, especially in Luapra province, which simply means many pupils are going to fail the exams, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my appeal to the government is that they should ensure that they build laboratories on those schools before the exams, because the ECZ will not consider that on some schools there were no laboratories. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Education for the first session of the Africa Children's Parliament laid on the table of the House on Friday, 15 July 2022. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. His Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
My name is Messi Piri and I am the Vice President. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
We can take our seats. Well, that was, I think it was wonderful, isn't it? We can clap for ourselves. Okay. Yeah. So others forgot. So what we are going to do is to break off for tea, and then we'll come to be joined with by the dignitaries that were sitting up there, so that we can have an interaction and the presentation of the reports. So let's break off for tea. We come back in 20 minutes.
His Excellency. It's time to go for lunch. Let's go.
you, sir.
can we please settle down? Okay, thank you very much. We are running behind time, so we want to quickly get into the next segment of our program. We'll go straight into getting feedbacks, and please, let's minimize movements. So what is going to happen now is that we'll have feedback from different dignitaries. At the end of all the feedbacks, that's when we are going to have a question and answer session. We hope to conclude this program latest by 13:20 hours. So we need to get on it quickly. I'll not go into the protocol issues. I'll just go straight into calling upon the first feedback and commitments from the Joining Forces Alliance representative. Joining Forces, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. In 2017, 6 organizations, child-focused organizations, came together, and the idea of those organizations coming together was to use our collective power to accelerate change, to secure children their rights, and end violence against them. These organizations are World Vision, Plan International, Child Fund, SOS Villages, Save the Children, and Terre des Hommes. So these are the organizations that constitute what you hear as joining forces. We joined forces to improve your well-being. So we are delighted that the Speaker allowed us to organize this session for you. And we are grateful that you have been able to participate. We hope that this is the start of an engagement process that will continue moving forward. So I come here as a representative of this alliance. And I will not give a response to each of your submissions. I will respond by outlining two areas. The way that we work as joining forces, and the way we work largely as individual organizations. We commit to support you on 2 fronts. One front is to advocate for you and with you on the issues that you have raised, on the submissions that you have made. We will advocate for you and with you to our governments and to all the other actors that are interested in the well-being of children. So that's the commitment that we are making. We are committing to connect you to the resources that you need, to connecting you to the people that you need to talk to, and to connect you to the institutions that you need to engage. That's the commitment we are making to you, to open doors so that you can engage on all those issues that you have put on the table. The second point, in terms of our response, is that we are going to respond individually as organizations that I've outlined, but collectively in terms of our programming. We commit to incorporate your submissions as we plan our programs with you and the communities where we work. So that's a commitment we are making to you, that your submissions will be part of our programs. And wherever you see any of the organizations working in your communities, talk to us. I know we already engage. I know all of you, or most of you, already engage with our member organizations. Talk to them, talk to us about your submissions. And we will endeavor to incorporate those submissions. So, for me, those are the two responses that I will give you, given the limited time that we have. And to let you know, our doors are open to continue to engage with you and to speak for you and with you, and to let your voices be heard. So thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the... allow me to mention that we are supposed to make the feedback and commitments within 5 minutes. So I'll call upon the African Union Economic, Social and Cultural Council representative to make the commitment and to give feedback. Thank you. We have? Okay. We move on to the UNICEF country representative. Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would first of all like to apologize on behalf of our deputy, our representative, country representative, Penelope Kando, who should be with us here, but because of some engagements, she's not with us. But she is dedicated and she sends her greetings to all of you and all the child parliamentarians on this very important occasion. I would like to start by appreciating the presence of the various dignitaries. I'm not sure whether all of them are here, but first of all, the Honorable Malonga is the MP first Deputy Speaker of National Assembly. I'm not sure whether he's here. She's here, sorry. The Honorable Doreen Mwamba, the Minister. Yeah, she's here. And also Her Excellency Dr. Monique, the Deputy AU, I think he was called and is not here. And also the Goodwill Ambassador, Ms. Nyarandi. I'm from Uganda, so you excuse me. Yeah. And then, of course, the representative for the Joining Force Alliance, Mr. Simba, who happens to be my neighbor and my brother. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, but most importantly, the children who are represented here. Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm really so delighted to be part of this occasion, and most importantly, the initiative which really seeks to give children a voice and a platform where you present your views, we listen to it, and then we as the policymakers make decisions, plan programs based on your needs. So we are really, as UNICEF, delighted to be part of this. That is one. Two, I would also like to emphasize the fact that the minister is here is a reflection of how important this occasion is, and many other dignitaries, including Ms. Doreen and the others. And with that in mind, I would also like to say that your presence here is so important because when we talk about a world fit for children or an Africa that is fit for children, we need to consult with you, and this is exactly what this assembly is about. Yeah. And secondly, you are the ones who know what your problems are and what you face. You talked so much about issues relating to poor quality of education, being unable to access health services. You talked about the risk that you face in terms of child abuse and also issues to do with access to some basic social services. And it's you, the children, who know how it feels to be a child living in South Sudan, a child living in Zambia, a child who is currently living in Somalia. It's you who knows all about this. And with this in mind, we need to really be cognizant and be able to support you effectively and take the recommendations that you have presented before us around the five or so, the 6 areas that you have presented, and work with government, work with the United Nations, work with the NGOs that are present to ensure that policies and guidance that are put in place reflect exactly what you want as children and how we can then support you to better improve the quality of life for children. And with this in mind, the report that you had presented today, for me, it was so inspiring hearing from you how you articulate what your issues are. And it should help us to guide policies, actions, and also to guide everything that we do. And with that, I would really like to take this opportunity to thank you for the bravery you have shown to present all these issues from all the various countries. And make no mistake that your role is not over. By presenting this report alone, your role is not over. You need to engage with us. You need to continue so that we can work together. This is just the beginning, and that you continue to be agents of change. And finally, I would like to end by saying that from the viewpoint of UNICEF as an agency, we would stand with you, and together we'll keep the promise that each and every child has the right and their needs need to be met on the continent of Africa, And again, to thank you for the opportunity that you have given us today to showcase what you want us to do. And as UNICEF, I live here educated and enlightened, and most of all, inspired to do more and even better for the children across the continent and the world in general. And as UNICEF, I will end by saying we have this noble mandate of working for children and with children. And I really would like to appreciate your participation and the deliberations and what you have submitted, and we will work tirelessly to ensure that, you know, all of us are held accountable to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the UNICEF. I had to exercise my discretion as the referee. You know, the referee has got discretion to add extra time when the match is over because of the importance of what the UNICEF country representative was saying. And I would like to call upon Honorable Joseph Monsanje, the chairperson of the Parliamentary Caucus on Children. I hope that Honorable Monsanje will be brief so that we gain on the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Definitely, I'll try to be brief. But as you know, I'm a politician now, so it's understandable when as politicians talk beyond. Yeah, so thank you so much. I think all protocols observed. I'm glad to be in the house with our children today. It's exciting to listen to your debates. I'm sure in the next 15 to 30 years, some of you will be here to replace us. So I wish you the best of luck in that endeavor. And that is what we would like to see. And also, I'm also happy that you are working with agencies that built me. I'm from the social work field. My first job was with the Child Fund, which is working with some of you. And I did 5 years there. Later on, I worked with SOS Children's Villages, and I've consulted a lot with Save the Children. So I'm so glad that the agencies that built me up are working with you. So definitely you are in safe hands. And also good to be in touch with to see Mr. Pohamba and team. I like the diversity of this parliament, Children's Parliament. It's an excellent parliament. Going forward, indeed, our feedback to your debates as Parliamentary Caucus on Children here at Parliament, we are dedicated to advocate for your rights and issues in society here in Zambia and globally. And whenever we see an issue, we definitely jump in. But we also want to be proactive, and we've been dealing with your agencies and many other stakeholders to fight for your rights. We're glad that finally, due to the excellent work being done by our Honorable Minister, Mwamba, we now have the Child Code Bill in the House. And soon we will be debating it on the floor of this House. And we are basically gearing up, training ourselves on the issues that may arise so that we can fully debate on it. And that will be a landmark development in Zambia. So the issues you raised today on food and the nutrition security are crucial issues that speak to the future of this world, because a hungry stomach cannot think properly. As such, you need first to eat and be full, then you can now apply yourself properly. Your brains will function, and your hands will function, all the limbs, everything will function better, and you find that you're making progress. So indeed, your resolutions on food and nutrition security have been adopted even by us as PCC, and we hope we can work with you and the agencies to take them forward. climate change and the agricultural resilient or resilient agriculture remains very crucial to the future of this world, because what we do today matters for the future generation, and we can only do that which can guarantee the next generation. So indeed, our agriculture systems will need to change. I therefore challenge each one of you that when you go back, you take one action, and that action is to plant a tree in your community as a symbol of your having been to this meeting in Zambia. That will create something which you'll be watering every day and showing you that you are putting something to the climate, which is going to improve the climate. Are you all taking that challenge? Yeah. Thank you so much. Child protection and related, recent to the issues, these are issues that we are facing. In my own constituency, last year we had to retrieve a 12-year-old girl from an early marriage. So these are reality issues which you are dealing with. And these are issues that we have to deal with our communities every day by ensuring that we invest in comprehensive sexuality education, which we are investing here in Zambia, but we urge each and every country to also copy from what we are doing here on ensuring that this type of education goes not only in schools, but also in communities for the children that are out of school. The fact that now we are implementing excellent policies such as free education that has brought in everybody into the classroom means that we have to double our efforts in terms of quality education, but it's a good thing that the children are back in classroom, because an educated society is a brilliant society, is a future society. That is the society we want to build. We want to build an educated society that is going to allow children to participate in their issues. It is with education that you can participate with your issues. Without education, then you will not be able to participate fully. So I'm glad that you have been able to participate on your issues, and then you can be able to even contribute to social protection and other measures that are there to mitigate the effects of this global world. So with these remarks, I want to commend you for the work you have done today, and also wish you the continued love of our mighty Lord as you go back to your countries. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Monsanje, for being very brief. I know that he had a lot to say, but he tried by all means to be brief. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, allow me to exercise this rare honor of now calling upon the Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services, Honorable Doreen Mamba.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, children. I will welcome you to Parliament, Zambian Parliament, National Assembly, and I warmly welcome you to Lusaka, Zambia. I'll call you and I will refer to you as honorable members of Parliament. Honorable members of Parliament, this is the second event about children that we are having. The first event, since the New Dawn government formed government, was in end November, early December, along the Kazungula Bridge. With UNICEF, we called the 4 presidents in the region, the president of Zambia, the president of Zimbabwe, the president of Botswana, and the president of Namibia to celebrate the International Day for Children. Because you yourselves, the children, are saying nothing about children without us, isn't it? So on that particular day, children delivered their messages. Today, your voices were loud and clear, and we have heard all what has been spoken in here, and we shall implement. My brother from Plan International talked about the commitment, just like UNICEF did. And I was thinking, where I'm seated, that, oh my God, these commitments involve the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, because this is where the department that deals with children's affairs in the country sits. And I want to pledge my commitment to you, my children in here, that I stand ready, I'm available to make that change that you have been crying for. I'm your biggest ambassador, and I'll always speak about the rights of children, about what matters to children, about what children want, because you are the future. Yeah. And I want to announce to the Zambian children in here that the famous Children's Code Bill is sitting right here in Parliament, waiting to become law. Yeah. And when it does, we shall enforce it. You have talked about child protection, you have talked about climate change, you have talked about child participation, you have talked about social protection. Again, my ministry is mandated to implement all social protection programs in the country, be it social cash transfer. This is money that we give to identified poor, vulnerable households. There are a lot of questions and issues. People sometimes look at a single mother and say she's able-bodied. Why is she on social protection program? It's because of the children that she has. That is why we put her on social protection programs. We also put poor, vulnerable, but viable farmers on for food security packs. This is where we give farming inputs to identified poor, vulnerable households that can farm. I'm just coming from Western Province of this country, Zambia, where we launched winter cropping after 12 years of a break. Why are we doing that? To enhance on food and nutrition and to scale up on nutrition. So what has been spoken here is very much on my table as Minister of Community Development and Social Services. I hear you, I feel your pain, and I want to say to the organizers that next time, let's bring in here a survivor of early marriage. Let's listen to their experiences. Did they like to be married off at an early age? That is what we want to hear. Let's hear from a young child living with a disability, a blind child. What are the challenges that that child is experiencing? Let's hear from a disabled person, young child, talking about albinism. What are they going through? Let's involve everyone. And you clearly said that children's voice should never be taken for granted. That is what you said. So we shall not take you for granted. And you also said that children want an Africa fit for children. And we, as implementers, are making that Africa that is fit for children. I welcome you to Zambia and thank you for participating. I thank you. Bye.
Let's give another round of applause to the Honorable Minister of Community Development and Social Services. I could see that she spoke passionately as a mother speaks. I will soon be calling upon the Right Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker. But before I do that, allow me to apologize for omitting the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child representative. I'll then call upon the representative of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child to just give their feedback and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Le protocole voudrait bien m'en excuser pour commencer avec les enfants, parce qu'au moment où la présidente du Parlement des enfants est venue, tout le monde s'est mis debout. Chers honorables représentants des enfants, honorable la première vice-présidente de l'Assemblée nationale, chers honorables ici présents et plus particulièrement honorable Joseph, mon homonyme, Excellence Madame le ministre en charge des services sociaux et du développement communautaire, chers représentants des partenaires ici présents, chers représentants des organes de l'Union africaine, Excellences, honorables, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, et tout protocole observé. Bon après-midi. Good afternoon, everyone. Abana muri bwanje, mwaramutse neza murakomeye. Habari za asubuhi. Bon dia. En ce grand jour du 16 juillet 2022, je me réjouis de participer ce matin à cette activité au nom du Comité africain d'experts sur les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant en tant que président avec la vice-présidente, honorable Anne Moussiwa et l'équipe de notre secrétariat. La taille de notre délégation montre à quel point on accorde une importance particulière à vos travaux et à vos recommandations. Qu'il me soit permis de remercier en premier lieu le Dieu Tout-Puissant qui a fait que chacun d'entre nous, et plus particulièrement les enfants, puisse arriver à ce grand rendez-vous étant sains et saufs. Nos remerciements sont aussi adressés au gouvernement de Zambia et à son Parlement pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé. C'est le lieu ici d'adresser nos sentiments de profonde gratitude à notre organe frère, l'ECOSOCC, et pour avoir pris cette initiative de regrouper les représentants des enfants issus des différents États partis à l'Union africaine et pour créer un Parlement africain des enfants, sans oublier également tous les partenaires qui l'ont appuyé. Nous nous en réjouissons car la prise en compte de l'opinion de l'enfant à travers sa participation dans tout ce qui lui concerne est l'un des principes cardinaux de la Charte africaine des droits et du bien-être de l'enfant. Le comité dont son siège vient de déménager au Lesotho évalue la mise en œuvre et l'exposition de la charte, car, comme vous le savez, les États partis qui ont ratifié la charte doivent présenter les rapports initiaux 2 ans après la ratification et ensuite les rapports périodiques tous les 3 ans. Des recommandations sont adressées aux États partis et qui sont souvent, entre autres, celles de mettre en place un Parlement national des enfants, de leur fournir les ressources nécessaires pour qu'ils puissent mettre en œuvre leurs activités. Aussi, le comité recommande souvent que tous les enfants, sans distinction aucune, ceux qui sont à l'école et ceux qui n'ont pas eu la chance d'y aller, et ceux qui vivent dans les centres urbains et ceux de la zone rurale, ceux qui vivent avec un handicap, et comme je l'avais vu ici, ceux qui vivent dans la rue puissent être représentés lors des élections du Parlement des enfants. Il y a aussi un accent particulier qui doit être mis à la participation de la jeune fille. Ces informations en rapport avec notre travail vous donnent aussi un aperçu de ce que l'on peut faire ensemble et collaborer ensemble pour s'assurer que vos droits sont vraiment mise en œuvre conformément à la charte, à l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine et l'agenda 2040 pour une Afrique digne des enfants. Chers enfants, excellences, honorables, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, je vais donc vous exhorter à être des ambassadeurs du comité au niveau national pour attirer l'attention des gouvernements quant à la mise en œuvre de la charte. Le comité voudrait ici vous rappeler qu'il y a des directives sur la participation des enfants, mais également nous nous assurons que les États partis ont des directives claires sur la création et la mise des structures et plateformes pour la participation des enfants. Aussi, j'espère que le rapport ici de vos travaux dans les différents comités va nous parvenir et au nom du comité, nous nous engageons à faire le suivi approprié pour qu'il y ait une issue concrète et je vous en remercie. Que Dieu vous bénisse.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights of the Child. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, it is now my rare and singular honor to call upon the Right Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Honorable Malungo Ed Sangano.
Good morning. Before I go any further, where is Madam Speaker seated? Thank you and congratulations. You handled the House well. The Honorable Minister of Community Development, Honorable Doreen Mwamba, the Honorable MPs present here, and all invited guests, distinguished child parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, before I give my feedback and commitment, allow me to thank the organizers of this year's inaugural Africa Children's Parliament, who include the African Union, United Nations Children's Fund, that is UNICEF, Joining Forces Alliance, Break Free Alliance, and staff of the National Assembly. Let me also extend my appreciation to all distinguished child parliamentarians for ably representing the welfare of your fellow African children. Ladies and gentlemen, as you already aware, children in Africa form a significant population of over 600 million, which is projected to increase to 1 billion by 2055. This places a great responsibility on all of us to guarantee and protect their welfare. It is therefore gratifying that the National Assembly of Zambia, with support from cooperating partners, has hosted this historical Children's Assembly, marking a great milestone in celebrating and realizing the potential of children across the African continent. I'm also happy to note that this noble initiative has produced a number of recommendations emanating from Children's Committee, plenary debates, and interactions on multiple issues concerning African children. In view of this, I now have the honor and privilege to share with you the following feedback and commitments from the National Assembly of Zambia. Number one, as per our function to enact laws, the Parliament of Zambia is committed to enact child-friendly legislation that guarantees survival, protection, development, and participation rights of children as enshrined in global and regional child conventions or protocols. We also commit to lobby the executive to sponsor and speeden up the presentation of child-friendly bills. Currently, the Parliament of Zambia, as you've heard, is considering at first reading the Children's Code Bill, which will reform and consolidate the law relating to children in Zambia. Number two, the Parliament of Zambia also commits to supporting the legal and policy framework on climate change and resilience. This framework will promote greener, cleaner, and healthier environments for all children. To demonstrate this commitment, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, is scheduled to launch a countrywide tree planting exercise on 18th July 2022. During this exercise, Madam Speaker has committed to plant 1,000 trees at each constituency office. Number three, we pledge to carry on our function of overseeing the operations in the ministries, departments, and agencies responsible for child development. Through this function, we will ensure that all resources and programs planned for children are implemented. Further, the National Assembly of Zambia gives this assurance to enhance opportunities for child participation in parliamentary programs through platforms such as Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters, the Parliamentary Caucus on Children, and holding of regular national children's parliaments. Like in the past, the Parliament will continue to hold Children's Parliament in collaboration with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and Save the Children Zambia. Through the Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters, we commit to support public and private policies which seek to secure food and nutrition required in the development and health of children. Through our network of voluntary groups like the Parliamentary Caucus on Children, we commit to defend and protect children from any form of harm or abuse. We give our promise to this Assembly that the Parliament of Zambia will enhance public engagement platforms to increase accessibility of Parliament by children. Through this assurance, Parliament will take the initiative to provide child-appropriate signage, symbols, and information, and upscale the provision of interactive games as tools to educate children about Parliament. We pledge to continue facilitating tours and visits by school learners. Over the years, the tours and visits have increased children's access and exposure to the work of Parliament. And furthermore, relying on our local presence through constituency offices, we commit to support the establishment of school parliamentary debate clubs which engage children on topical issues concerning their welfare, as well as using them to enhance the visibility of Parliament. So in short, honorable members, those who are in Zambia and in school, you are free to come and visit Parliament at your own time, but it's very interesting when Parliament is in session. With these few words, I would like to say, may God bless you. Travel back to your respective countries and homes. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for the Right Honorable. I'm sure we've heard our commitments. Due to the brevity of our time, I'll invite just 5 questions, 5 interventions from the children. Number 1, those that want to raise, okay. Okay, why is, okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. Number 1. Let's be quick in.
Greetings to everyone.
Yes. You are from Zambia?
Yes.
Okay. So Zambia is represented. If anyone that I've chosen is from Zambia, please know that my choosing you has been withdrawn. Okay.
Greetings, representatives of the joint forces, the Minister of Communication. Your presence here has been highly recognized. So coming from me, the question is going to the Minister of Communication. Yes, and
Community development.
yeah, community development and social welfare. Yes. So, Madam, looking at the fact that we are African, we are tradition, we are bound to our customs as well as norms. Allow me to give an example of once a girl has reached her menstruation for the first time. She is now subjected to various initiation ceremonies that I believe are harmful to her. And so, as the Minister of Community and, yes, what is it that you are doing to safeguard the life as well as the social well-being of that child who is going through the initiation ceremony? Thank you very much.
Honorable for that question. As Minister of Community and everything that happens in the community, I say that with the Children's Code Bill in place, we shall act decisively to perpetrators of all vices against children, any abuse against children. So what, Honorable, you have explained is an abuse against children's rights, and we shall deal with that. I thank you.
Sierra Leone.
Greetings, honorable members of parliament, all dignitaries acknowledged. Well, as much has been said here, and we have heard from politicians and other dignitaries, I just want to know, as Joint Forces Alliance, this has not been the first time organizing such meetings. So what has been progress in previous meetings, and what assurance can you give us, or confidence that our demands can come true? Thank you. For the Joint Forces Alliance, anybody?
Thank you, honorable member. The scale of opening doors and participation of you people has never been this level, okay? So we are moving, okay? In terms of progress, if you look at the work that we are doing as a collective and the level at which we are performing as a collective, you can be rest assured that our interventions are going to positively affect you better than in the past. Because today, we are sharing approaches. Today, we are sharing experiences. Today, we are sharing expertise and skills. In the past, we used to work in silos. Now, that's going to enhance your experience with us in terms of looking after your well-being. So I can discuss this subject with you for the next 2-3 hours, but I can assure you there is greater commitment on the part of joining forces to deliver positive change for children across Africa. So count on us, count and ask us, hold us accountable. Go to any member of joining forces and say, Simba said, we will deliver. What are you delivering? And we will make sure we give you an answer. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll have Malawi, then Zimbabwe. Malawi.
I'm recognizing the presence of everybody in the House. My question is directly going to the first Deputy Speaker. it's on the issue of education. Like, I just want to generalize the problem that we have in our country. We have got more primary schools than secondary schools, more secondary schools than the universities. But being children, the ones being affected, it doesn't mean that we are less human beings. Isn't it possible to add it into the constitution that each and every president that is ruling in that time should at least build a university, should at least build secondary schools, because we are having it as a free will. People are having the choice to choose that I will build and I will not. Thank you.
That is a very good question. I'm happy you've raised it up. But just to inform you that the laws, they are made here. Even the constitution came from here. But the people that are responsible for making laws, changing laws, are the honorable members of parliament. The presiding officer will just facilitate the process. Like now we are talking about the bill. A bill was brought from the relevant ministry, community development, through Ministry of Justice. It was brought to this house. So the honorable members, they have what we call a committee. They will sit in their committee and look at that bill. There are so many stages that have to be passed in the house until the bill is approved. But we have the honorable members present here. They are listening. Honorable members, they are requesting your children that each time there's a new president, can they also be a new university? The honorable members will take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add that, especially for Zambia, that the constitution now allows a citizen to petition the National Assembly to enact law. So if there's anything that you want, in any law that you want to be enacted, you are free to petition the Honorable Madam Speaker, and that petition will be received, and legislation will be enacted through your petition. So don't feel inhibited by presenting your petition to Parliament. The law allows you to do that. Thank you very much. We'll now have Zimbabwe.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My question goes to the representative of the joining forces. I understand this is the first time we're having a session as the Africa Children's Parliament, and I'd like to seek clarity on the issue that most of the times we have sittings, especially in our country, we have sittings once and then it is the end, the inauguration, and we are out till the end of the term of office. Would like to understand that, is this the only time we're going to have a sitting and then the next session will come through and have their own sitting, or will continuously get an opportunity to sit down as the representatives of various countries to lay down the issues that we're facing, because issues continue to come up along the way. The ones that we mentioned today are going to be different from the ones that we'll mention 3 months down the lane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for that question. It's a very important question. Very important, and I really mean that. We want to engage you more. We want to open opportunities for your engagement more with our country parliaments, with institutions working in our countries, with actors that have an interest in children's affairs. So, as joining forces, we have that interest of making that connection and linking you to all these actors so that each actor can unlock an opportunity for you. So, coming to the question specifically about whether this is a one-time off or not, I don't want to commit the frequency. It's certainly a question that we are going to discuss in joining forces, how we are going to sustain this. But we do not initiate things that we do not sustain. So there will be sustenance. I can't just commit 100% to the frequency, but there will be opening of doors much more than you have had experience for. So that's a commitment on our part. We are going to be knocking around so that your voices can be heard. We are going to be knocking around so that you can have opportunities to participate. We are going to be knocking around to make sure that you voice all the experiences that you are having so that everybody listens. And then hopefully things will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Those asking questions, let's be as brief as possible. We'll have South Africa, then Mozambique, and then Ghana is on Zoom. Let's be quick to ask those questions.
Protocol to be observed, and good afternoon. My name is Kamakalo Ponyane from South Africa, Free State, and I'd like to ask a question to the community and social welfare. That in South Africa we have a problem that girls are not able to afford sanitary pads, and that menstruation is not a choice but it's a nature. So I just want to ask, are they also taken into consideration? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, for that question. In Zambia, we are currently distributing sanitary towels to vulnerable and poor schoolgirls. I thank you.
Afternoon for everybody. Please put channel number 3 for translated. I want to speak in my own language. Channel number 3. Saudações especiais a todas as crianças de África aqui presentes e estendo as minhas saudações a todos os dignatários e representantes estaduais. Neste momento, eu quero convidar a todos os representantes estaduais e representantes das organizações não governamentais a ver o debate que nós trouxemos hoje representando os 6 comitês, não só com esses únicos 6 comitês, porque há diversos assuntos que não trouxemos hoje, mas que estão subjacentes a esses assuntos. Então, convido a todos os representantes que olhem para outros assuntos interligados a esses, pois apoquentam a criança em África. E gostaria de perguntar, é mais ou menos quanto período ou em que período de tempo nós podemos voltar a esta casa ou dentro dos nossos estados para exigir o que se falou hoje aqui? Porque, de fato, nós como crianças, até certo modo, entendemos que necessitamos de um certo tempo para ver as mudanças nos estados, mas nós queremos saber em quanto tempo veremos uma reunião de todos os estados de África, pois hoje aqui não temos os nossos estados, e gostaríamos de saber se há possibilidade de termos uma lei que vai abranger todas as crianças de África para que nós possamos nos sentir irmãos como crianças. Eu me sentir da Zâmbia e a criança da Zâmbia se sentir de Moçambique e por aí fora.
Thank you. Joining forces.
I see the, thank you, Honorable Member. I see the issue of follow-up of this event as something that is a burning issue among the members. I cannot give, I don't want to overpromise and underperform. So, what I can confirm to you is that we are going to deliberate. At least we have started something, and we are happy we have done that. I promise that we will deliberate and we will communicate. So your countries will hear from us about the follow-up that is going to happen and the frequency. So that's what I can promise. And we are also interested in having the follow-up, in monitoring what is happening, and be able to continue the engagement with you. Like I talked about opening doors and continuing around. So there's commitment on our part. I just don't want to promise on the frequency, but it's going to happen.
Thank you. We have an intervention from Ghana. Maybe this will be the last one due to time.
Greetings to everyone, all protocols duly observed. I'm Ivan from Ghana, and I thank the organizers of this program. My question is very simple. Over the years, there has been this distinction between schools in the rural areas and those in the urban centers. So I'm asking the Alliance forces that what are they going to do to ensure that schools in the rural areas get the opportunity same as those in the urban centers, in a way that when they come to writing their final exams, it will not be those in the rural areas will always be down. Every time they always get low passes and then they can't further their education again. So what are the Alliance forces doing about this particular issue? Thank you.
So thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Chair, you must come to my rescue because I'm under fire. But I accept the challenge. The answer to your question is a collective responsibility. It's a collective responsibility with us who support governments in delivering services and the government. We recognize the disparity between rural and urban areas. That's why you find that most of our programs are in rural areas and not concentrated to urban areas only. So it's because we recognize that fact. And we will continue to lobby with government, together with you, for change, for emphasis, to deliver quality services to our rural population. We commit to that. But how fast will depend upon how forcefully we are going to push our governments, our national assemblies, our members of parliament, of the senior parliament, where the laws are made. So that pace I cannot guarantee. But I can guarantee you the fact that we will continue pushing for better services for our rural areas. That you can be assured of. And ask us about progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that we have got burning issues, but we also have to keep track of time. So please excuse me if I didn't attend to you. I'm constrained. We'll now have the presentation of certificates. I would like to call upon the Right Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker and the Honorable Minister to come in front. Maybe let's also be joined by Joining Forces representative to just come and help give out the certificates. Since they are young people, we expect that you move very quickly to come and collect your certificate. So, Mr. Mwinga, you'll be calling out your name.
So we'll be doing batches of 5 at least.
Honorable members, when your name is called, please come through on this side where the minister is and your way out where the speaker is. Thank you.
Benon Mulimba, Zacharias Tapera, Anastasia Albedo. I can start with those three. Paula, David, Uninia Henriks, Felicia Gumbi, Michael Bressings, Angela Schari, I'm told we'll have a chance to have photos outside, so we can do it quickly in here. Irene Jackie, Kamagora, Tijani, Surimani, Jude Yamayo, David Chitundu, Mapalomono, one photo. Here, Mapalomono. Luneta Lumbiwe, Exioda, Magwaba, Josephine, Frederick, Necto, Mwangara Ajuka, Kuyemba, Richard Chanda, Kawe Gertrude, Zulu Agatha. Piri Grace, Kasasu Ani, Sakala, Stephen, Nasibu, Jimmy Fanny, Monarisa, Kanika, Mwamba Emmanuel, Chilombo Innocent, Chisenga Lubuto, Gudian Kimbari, Lucia Cairo, Piri Roda, Lomai Evelyn, Simfoko Emmanuel, Mungando Elijah, Zara, Ahmed, Shamek Mohammed, Go Jule, Amoko Moses, Dan Chris, Queen Loren, Kayamba Tawana, Piri Pohamba, Chanda Henry. Musamo, Banda Mildred, Denzel, Vimbai, Kapora, Mutari Chansa, Muvita Riseri, Longo Palo, Mogari Olivia, Chilenga Malaika, Piri Messi, Chilango Chingo, Mwitwa Genius, Swana Elijah, Cecilia Rupenga, Kaumba Ndoji, Isaac Piri,
Isaac Piri.
Musamo, Chandaeni, Go Alvin, Steven, Nasibu, Sakala, Tijan, Sulimani,
Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker, at this point in time, I'll kindly ask you to lead the members of Parliament for a group photo at the front of the building. We'll exit using the main speaker's door. Thank you.
Before we go, just a moment. Madam Speaker, you may proceed. We are going to have lunch, but the high table and the children will have to be seated first before the adults sit. This is their show. Thank you. So from the group photo, we are going to have lunch. Let's quickly go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there a few weeks ago. Yes, last month.
This month.
You know when
Yeah.
CPA Africa region conference. I had a conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
Honorable Member of Parliament.
Honorable Member of Parliament, please
Honorable
leave the
Member of
building.
Parliament.
Please leave the building now.
Point of order.
Time to leave.
We're looking for the Vice President.
He's right here.
What's up?
Order in the court of law.
What's up, Vice?
How are you?